Hello everyone, welcome to Ludo History. We're going to be finishing up Great Ace Attorney Chronicles today. We're also going to be having a lot of takes about the Northman because I saw this yesterday at time of stream. If you enjoy the stream, do make sure you follow. If you miss any of it, the VOD will be on Twitch and eventually on YouTube. If you're watching the VOD, do try and make it live. We do a variety of games and it's way more fun when we're all here. Also, if you enjoy this, it is made possible thanks to those on the Patreon, so do consider joining and helping to support us by heading over to patreon.com/LudoHistory and considering supporting the channel. It would mean a lot. Anyway, we're going to be finishing up Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Part 1 today, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Adventures. We'll take a week off next week from Great Ace Attorney, and then we'll be back to do Resolve because there's an entire other half of a video game. So, what do you say we meet Eggert Benedict again? Yeah? And the controller is not plugged in. Help. Help. I love when I do this. I'm so good at video, like organizing priorities, all that jazz. Voila. Okay, so, Northman take number next. The material accuracy in the movie is perfect. Like, it's hard to describe how perfect it is, but like, really down to the smallest details, they did it. We saw it in the trailers, but right, when they have a sequence with a Valkyrie, she's got a feather cloak, and it's woven linen or wool that is then lined with feathers, and then she has filed teeth, which is a thing that is archaeologically attested, which is pretty great. Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny, are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why got you all the trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? Oh, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think I would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's helpless. Anyone who sees that gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, you want to pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court? Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Huh? Ryuno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear from you. Alright then. It was after we had our dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all let a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped and I went down on the street to the 2-to-1, to Winnipeg's place. I had to know. If Iris' story was there or not, the Hand of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like, something what you don't want people reading. So that's why you lied to Iris and stick it in logo with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbanks? I didn't know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was going to kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there, so I gave the old lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? That was not the correct accent. I nearly thought I did, and the next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving in the air like... I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? It shows you the little papers with you. A story. I beg your pardon? They're under the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sean's really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Aww. So then the alcove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there, alright, the manuscript. Sean's weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, there was a bit of a kick-up out of the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I'd better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, come with you, Now, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. With that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when I heard a couple of shots go off, two I think, almost at the same time, and then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. It was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as you like. Because you thought whoever shot Mr. Winterbank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old Cole's gun. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got up and had a look at him, I knew... Winterbank was a goner. It felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. He was wholesome. That must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? Also was, if I keep telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Rita's about to pull the real culprit through the mill. That curve, what was that in the afternoon? That Agate Benedict? I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Ryuno's capable hands now, Ginny. Yep, Zoe Alden, my thoughts exactly. Somewhat relatedly, John Oliver's most recent episode was on police interrogation and was pretty excellent and also very rough. Mr. Naraono, yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. Have you forgot what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did, we told you all back of lies. And you got the book right off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. I did what I thought was best at the time. But the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Naruhodo seems to have forgotten that he didn't have a choice in the matter. He was told if he wants to be a lawyer, he will get McGill a not guilty verdict. He seems to have completely forgotten that important little tidbit. One of my criticisms of this game is that the whole McGilded angst kind of forgot that he did not have a choice in the matter. He was given a job to do, and the job was, you must get a not guilty verdict, otherwise you're going to be shipped home immediately. Oh, and now I get to do a compliment. Outfits? Outfits, gosh? I mean, Windibank's little sweater vest, even though he seems to be based on a different Holmes adaptation, is still excellent and still eminently plausible for the period. And just freaking like, Gina's outfit rocks. Look at that. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. I mean, Ryunosuke, Magistrissa in the Discord had some excellent breakdowns of Ryunosuke's and Susato's outfits, and they're both... Hairstyles are a bit all over the place, but the actual outfits are extremely plausible for university students in the period, and it's freaking great. And right, even though they're stylized to hell, right, you can see the rough stitching on Gina's, on her double-breasted waistcoat, and like everything about Van Zeek's is kind of incredible as an outfit. And so it's all so good. And it's, even though it's all aesthetic, it's just all immaculate. Oh, Stefan, I have great and horrible news for you, starting with Grade Ace Attorney Resolve. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another kill off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. Oh no, there are just alternate outfits, Stefan. They're absolutely a side grade, but they're a side grade in hilarious ways. My best friend. Shoutouts to Sword Boyfriend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. God, Cosmo's theme in this game is so good. That's probably my favorite character leitmotif in the entire game. Because I love this... the way that they're mixing, Western orchestra with Japanese stringed instruments, in the theme for this super noble sounding character theme. It's so good. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you'll have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, and a no-good liar? You're not like McGilded. I know that. That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes! That's really all we need to know. Exactly! Mr. Narada, yeah, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please out to the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. God. Even though Ace Attorney is silly, and none of it makes sense very often, how can you not love it when it's so darn sincere? Like, it's about as unironic as a piece of historical media can be, and that's fabulous. I hereby call to the court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Zix, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's précis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Agate Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. Certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. God, he's so extra. Add him to the long list of characters that are way too extra. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Hey, wait. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed Detective Soy, this is not the highest court in the land. No. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Well, we do have a Russian revolutionary as one of the jurors today, so you know I can't totally follow that logic because this does feel like a bad joke. By golly, how long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Oh, Zoe, did you not know? Willem Borshevik is one of the jurors. He was pulled off the street on the route to Crystal Tower to blow it up. He is ballistic expert. Good, I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. And Arif Campion, thank you for the follow just now. I appreciate it. Hello. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So. Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly? Yeah, but I'm not holding a flashy how well we do. God. Look at that stylish hair. I hate to say it, but that is, I am jealous. I am very jealous of his hair now. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe? The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious! Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So, he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. I mean, my hair is great. It's just my hair is getting a bit long. I don't usually... It's getting at the point where it's hard to control, and so it tends to just kind of go flomp. Which is fine. But if I could get it to stay back like that, I'd be very happy. You don't have the power to stop the questioning like that. Correct. Yup. You could raise an objection like that. It's just the judge would get to decide if that is a relevant line of questioning. Certainly, at least in a courtroom more recent than 1940. I don't know if 18 question marks. It could be different, but I kind of doubt it.
Hold it!
Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? That would be, Lord Bale Strongheart? Well, needless to say.
Hold it!
Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. The Lord Chief yeah, exactly, right? Who gave him this authority? The Lord Chief Justice did. The second highest judicial authority in this game. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend, for you appear to be under gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his alibi. Well, but if he has an alibi, he should just say the alibi, and then we can move on. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. Stylish. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Yeah, Van Zieks is just making up rules now, and bless this judge, he has gone full Ace Attorney judge moments. Right, we like this judge. This judge is comparatively competent, but right now the judge has gone full Ace Attorney incompetence, and we do love to see it.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Jones's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Jones's Spare me the science lesson! Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all of Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. So, even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Hello. Excuse me. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Ah, what, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had enough to hear with this. I have something got to tell you. Yes, I know, you're not Bivro Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Ah, Lord Blimey, Governor. You what? Is it not the case that what Mr. Grayton just spoke, a thought went through your mind? No, Luigi. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Ah, me thoughts? I have none of them. What's with them? You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. Oh, yeah, sorry, a lot of flashing lights in this bit. They do that for emphasis and, reasons. Now, what went through your minds when Mr. Grayton just spoke? Nothing, honest Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying about for him, and... No thoughts, head empty, this man do be a moron. And Strawberry J, enjoy your emotes, courtesy of a gift sub by for this dude. Oh, Alice bells. Mr. Grayton, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. So something about them saying the highest court in the land is very wrong. The case in this game would all be under the Crown Court, it's covered armed robbery, manslaughter, and murder, while the High Court, the Court of Appeal, and the Supreme Court, each higher than the Crown Court. Thank you! Is that true in Victorian London as well as in modern London? Blues, do you know? On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Grayton? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, the person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Now, hang on. We have reasonable behavioral... We have testimony and reasonable behavioral evidence that suggests a circumstantial link that would at least merit immediate relevancy. I feel like we could get a warrant for that. I feel like the judge would grant us a warrant for that. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Winterbank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. About that. Well, we know he was there. The question is just, do we have a picture that actually says he was there? Because if we have the picture that says he was there, that would be helpful. It doesn't look like we do, though. Pawnbroker's ticket. Pawnbroker's ticket coat. McGilda case notes, today's paper. Autopsy, crime scene photo, crime scene floor plan, Winterbank's gun, Skulker Brothers gun. Stereoscope. Alright.
Objection!
Speaking of the Wolfie giving 10 gifted subs, Wolfie just gave 10 gifted subs. Good lord. Thank you so much, both of you. I super appreciate the support, as always. We're going to have a lot of ding sounds now. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Winterbank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestraw, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from the abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right, the surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of the smear of blood, the thumb of that person in question must also bear remnants the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Judge, we just said thing 1, thing 2. Therefore, since thing 1, thing 2, and you act surprised that thing 1 letter means thing 2. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court official to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb for when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order! Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, but I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. With the power of narrative logic, we know that it must be. There's a note on the disc saying phone McGilded, but the item... Sorry, there's a note on the disc saying phone McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Graydon, wasn't your arm supposed to be injured? Why are you doing a mating dance with it? Look, the power of mating shimmies is too strong. When the urge compels you to do mating wiggles, you must do it, injury or no injury. Wiggle. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? So if the game takes place around 1907, then the High Court and the Court of Appeal are both around. If the game takes place earlier, are they both around? Because the majority of evidence is saying 1890 something, though the design of the Old Bailey itself definitely suggests 1907. Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. True. Sasuke Natsume suggests 1906. But the fact that Hounds of Baskerville is unpublished suggests 1901. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation suggests 1894. The fact that there's a Russian steamship going from Tokyo to London suggests that we are certainly pre-Russo-Japanese War. Yeah, so, the fact that there's, we're 40 years after the winter tax was abolished, which puts us around 1890. We are also in a World's Fair, and there's no World's Fair, we're in a year of a World's Fair shortly after the Eiffel Tower is built, because the Crystal Tower is said by Strongheart to be one-upping the French, which means it's one-upping the Eiffel Tower, which means that it's most likely 1890s, because I think it's like 1883 or something that the Eiffel Tower opens. I'm not super sure on the date there. It's been a few months since I've looked it up. Oh yeah, also Queen Victoria is still alive. Also that is kind of important. Which puts us pre-1901? So... I know it's 1880s, I just don't know exactly which year in the 1880s. The end result for saying that the system created in 1907, with the appeals court being created then in the UK, is not necessarily useful information for determining whether the social order described in the game is actually plausible, or if we are just making shit up. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. 1889 for the Eiffel Tower. Thank you. I believe there's a World's Fair in London in like 1895 or something? I think there's one around 1895, because 92 is the one in Chicago. That's the Columbian the Columbian Exposition for the World's Fair. So, I don't remember the exact dates, as I said, it's been a few months. Anyway, according to what Gina told us, this disc was placed on pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Winterbanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Winterbanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
Press everything! Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. Do you claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads, For McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So, the disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. She didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Winterbanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc. My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Wait, no, because we have the fact that we did it. Unfortunately, our witnesses for that are the counsel for the defense, Mr. Sherlock Holmes who's pretending to be in a coma, and the victim in the murder. So, also on a boat to get back to Japan. So our witnesses that would be willing to testify about that is actually our version of correct events is actually correct. Is not great right now. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Unfortunately, though, I do not believe I don't believe we have that. Sadly. Because he made the note on... It's not in the court record, therefore it doesn't exist. So, but yes, you are correct. But we could have the note that he used off of the employment notice. From like 3 streams ago.
Hold it!
Why is Sean's pretending to be in a coma? Dramatic tension. Come now. You think that the king of the himbos would not be pretending to be in a coma for the most just so he could be the most dramatic possible when it matters? Do you think he needs further justification? So for the record, this is very difficult to find out, but if this game takes place before 1907, then the Court of Appeal in Chancery was around, and all appeal in that court were headed by the Lord Chancellor, and an appeal could be taken to the House of Lords if needed. So, right, so the House of Lords definitely still exists, but, Parliament? Who needs Parliament? Definitely no Parliament here, it's just the King, or the Queen, the Attorney General, and then the Lord Chief Justice, right? Right? Totally. Definitely no oversight here. Have you ever been to Window Banks before? Only once for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So, when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is this correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pickpocket. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Ugh, say what you like, because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this.
Hold it!
Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right, this was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, yeah, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should all know about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side, too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Croppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he's at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your test.
Hold it!
But perhaps you've seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear. They broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Right now, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Winterbanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it, the witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. One small box.
Objection!
So, there is, yeah. I don't remember if there's any mentions of Dracula besides obviously Van Zeeks being a vampire, but, right, 1898, that puts it later than the 1870s, but not necessarily 1897. Wolfie, good job. This disc was deposited at Winterbanks on Magnus McGilda's instructions. You knew that, and you went in there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilda had another article in pawn at Winterbanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah! There were 2 articles brought by Mr. McGilda in Winterbanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to discover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah! This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good find. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that, for some reason, this great fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Benzix? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winterbake's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. Is Eggsy a government agent trying to collect the miscellaneous possessions of McGilded? What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Oh, Hurley's red-handed recorders again! As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with an automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Winterbank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGilda's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 PM on 13th April to be precise, which means it would have been in the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident, as at 11 PM on 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. They're really shitty CCTV. They take photographs every half hour. And actually, wait, they're not developed. Who's developing these prints? Because none of the methods in the 1890s will come out as air-developed prints. Even Platinum won't do that. So we've got to get a lot of negatives developed every single time. Then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. About 1 hour after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Again. Chat, please spot the difference. There is a difference between these 2 photographs. Sherlock Holmes invented air development on a whim just to protect his favorite pawn shop? I absolutely believe you. Oh yeah, you think Winterbeck was complaining about the cost of developing them? Yeah, I thought he was complaining about the cost of getting the film. But, yes. In either case, no, I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. And Blue's got it in one. The small box moved from next to one thing to the other side of that shelf. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared the two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. And the yes conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. The coach has shown that he'd stolen Matilda's pawn box. Dance. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Ryuno? I've been thinking. Wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? I bet it's not gonna let me do it. So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Since that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy? I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? So I'll be giving up on looking up the court system in the 1890s and 1900s as it's confusing. Got to the King's Bench, which is part of the High Court. I could not understand its role. Understandable. It seems like it's an awful lot of a mess. You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. Present. Close enough. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view these two pictures stereoscopically... Kabloom! A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... wait. Unbelievable! I fucking love that Van Ziek's just... Fucking Van Ziek's is way too cool for this whole courtroom. The judge, however, fits perfectly. By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. Biggleton's small box was indeed not stolen from Winterbanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilda's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is that the fact that was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Winterbanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once, obtain the small box in question, and bring it back here for further examination. Death glares! Death glares! Death glares! We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Menzies. This is nothing but a smokescreen, a Japanese speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted within the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Come on, yeet it. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend at his most insightful defense. The articles of this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. That does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Now, get this news, Mr. McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at the pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. Prosecution argument is something of a rational backdrop. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Ryuno? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. Yeet. I fucking love Van Zieks. I know Chad is so sick of Van Zieks. But damn it, I love Van Zieks. Oh, he did call them McGildeds. Did he just throw a glass of wine into a gas lamp? This looks such a bad idea somehow. He absolutely did, and it is a bad idea, and it instantly vaporized because the man drinks like, I don't know, 100 proof? No. That... I don't know. Basically he's drinking straight alcohol that just happens to look like blood, I mean wine. 200 proof, thank you. I know how alcohol concentration works. Zoe, I forgot that you weren't here for all of them. Like, that is meant tame for Van Zieks. Eating the wine glass is the tamest Van Zieks gets. The wine bottle and the foot. I hope we will see both of them one more time. I really hope we see both of those one more time because they're both hilarious. We know Miguel is true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! That would mean that Gino committed perjury. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what does he always say right now? Sooner or later the truth comes out, every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Winterbeck is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Obviously have Gina testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, Counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilden's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Ms. Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Ms. Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own? I have. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Ryuno. The articles that Mr. McGilden had deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilden. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. But the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, having to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Miss McGilden died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved, even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Read that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. Already said all of it now. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld inspiration in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Ryuno now! Iris? We're on your side! Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilden's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zeek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Alright, let's go. Truth is, the Brickmaker Cove is in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pound on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGill did slip the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. Either out of me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGild's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions they accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce, it was all lies, every girl trial was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. You get the lawyer from the east, they were all in together. You're wrong, the lawyer, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I didn't think so. I really expected to believe that. He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lights have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Mickeldit's pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. What about all the shit-lying witnesses that Van Zeeks keeps bringing to court? They don't count. Perjury is only a punishment for the defense. Didn't you know? That's totally how laws work.
Hold it!
Totally how the laws work. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what you told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear them talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They keep talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. Started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe. And then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream? Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cave lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? Oh no, but Mr. McGilded picked it up pretty smart-ish, and then he sat the cove with his knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one, about the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I could stop with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two cars from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilda, the driver, and you, still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I had the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in that trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilda and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind while he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Menzies. McGilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. I saw him do that. I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it is well worth a few, Bob. Yes, Juno was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilda flashed some brass in his face. He went up running off at a lick, and the book driver called me over and told me to come out from the drag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threatened you how, exactly? Told me I'd only be able to stop if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago? Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I have to hang on to the ticket from our pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. So that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed. I had to get to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in log, to stop it being forfeited. Left me with some brass to pay for it. Really? What if Mr. McGilda have done such a thing? Bossing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What Mr. McGilda had the driver deposit at Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the copper showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Ryuno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once the trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at these two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely uncomfortable with that. There's nothing I can do about it.
Hold it!
Yes, I've got a great idea.
Excuse me.
Is there something I'd like to share to the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Wah! Blimey! You're trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. I think I've got anything to talk about the shady gent like this. I'll have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after you deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear that on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Why not, eh? They're all gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Alright, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Shroud, it appears Miss McGildy was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. I know, the judge's wig is hilarious, isn't it? Just bloop. What if it falls off all the time? I love this game's animation so much. Well, I actually don't need to do that. We're pressing on to the end. I don't need to do that. Look at it! Gloriously 3D rendered. So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilda 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Winterbank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Is it bribing the judge to give him some wig glue? Now, would you hurt this adorable old man by giving him wig glue? Half the charm is how the stylishly cockeyed wig. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Well, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. But is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilda's disc. Deposit at Winterbanks at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilda's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Yeah, it's basically, right, Zoe, very early jukeboxes would have these discs that, like a player piano, would get plugged. Or like an actual music box, right? Where most music boxes these days have cylinders, because compactness. But at the same time, in the 1880s, 1890s, it becomes really popular to have companies creating big jukeboxes that you could play different discs on. It's great, but why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Will it though? Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, where's the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. Now, no need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance that's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence... Clearly Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. It is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Sadly. May we get a gem? Music! What on earth? Morse code. Morse code. That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Mr. Graydon, this really is priceless. See, he's dancing. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. Well, Grayton stands there chortling victoriously. The inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And thus making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh! Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is... Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smell vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Ryuno.
Objection.
Don't worry, we'll get a transcription, and it's gibberish right now anyway. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do you enlighten us, my Nipponese friend? Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Ryuno. I just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah, could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Come on, don't be vague. Something just struck me right now. I feel like recently, the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. Ryuno has the brain cell. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then. This could be the best chance I get to fight back in this trial. Devin Wright is going to join all the dots together. Well, I wish to actually examine the music box, but I can't examine the music box. Why can I not do that? Oh, how do I go to profiles? Because it's none of these, right? Boo. Why did I not remember how to? None of those, none of those, none of those, none of those. None of these buttons. None of these buttons. Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Heck, I would like to present a person here. But I don't have that choice. Oh. It's this one. Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick plus plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry Mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Of course. Journal number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the cop before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And in the particular station where you work? Deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code? But I can't believe it! No, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from governmental departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Oh, are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, order, please everyone, order, but this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The sorts of words I half expect you to know. For a sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago. That was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So, in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witnesses remind that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank, that being a most flagitious offence for which the law of the land sanctions a capital punishment. But his act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may. You can't have us a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's not Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Finger Skulkin, but ain't bad enough to sell your motherland. That's right, what would they call? The Free Skulking Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Really? They don't kick them off? Fine. A mere communications officer can possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gap the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. They all have the same mustache. Mr. Skulkin. Oh, Mr. O'Dugov, what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3, in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did. Look at him in his cute little box. Quiet him down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter getting us all mixed up in all this monkey business? Never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight up job. Oh, about the geezer you shop it was there. Poor bloke did have to die, did he? Yeah. Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, so it was affecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Fabulous. So it's Morse code, and we are accusing him of high treason, Mr. Ashley Graydon, I mean Egbert Benedict, I mean Ashley Graydon, of high treason, and the Skulkin brothers are like, wait. We absolutely broke in, but we did do treason, we promise. And now we're going to examine the music box disc. Hello. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the cone with its teeth that are plucked out of passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the cone are different lengths so that each one produces a different tone. But this cone is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is blocked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can play only a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Yeah, we already demonstrated that. Thank you. No, don't. In fact, that's the same thing. Go away. Go away. Indeed. So much for that. Well, hello then. Oh! What is it, Reno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then. Here goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play on this side? Yes, I think so. It looks like two movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had two discs, they'll probably both play back at the same time. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The cone's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone, like the other one? Yes, it must do. Except the length of the teeth on the two cones isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. And this is why Stefan shouldn't have bailed, because we do need dits and das. One side produces the dits, the other side produces the das, and together we end up with Morse code. Stefan, we don't have all the information yet. There's a second pitch that's produced. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play two tones. So we don't have access to the copy that Sean's made. It's not in the court record. And they're also, right, why would we have two identical discs playing at two different sounds? That'll just create plunk 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 plunk. Right? They'll produce the same pitch at the same time, or the same rhythm at the same time, in the same tempo, but with two chords instead of one. There has to be a second. There has to be a second one available. So really, you're not going to give it to me that there's a second one? Really? Well, technically you need 3 notes to be a chord, but they are notes, not intervals. Well, there'll be a second movement, so blah 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 blah. Nope, nothing. There seems to genuinely just be nothing in here. Okay. So be it. Is there anything on the disc? No. See how the gilded disc fits in? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then, this disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical, nor do they appear to have meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if there's perhaps more to this music box than meets the eye. Perhaps we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Okay. So, are you going to let me say that I discovered its secret yet? Come on. Like, I'm trying to get an update in the court record to acknowledge that there's a second music box. I don't know if it's actually going to do that. Blah. Blah.
Hold it!
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no! Stop! Must say something! Stop! Let me guess. Journal number 5. We regular communication staff officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idle, stop. So you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop! Mr. Graham regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received the top prize of the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idle, stop. Well, your idol would appreciate if you'd kept your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, these lawyers' accusations are completely unfounded.
Hold it!
The wrath of the fandom has become. They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learner friend is unfamiliar with Morse code? Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson? Here in court? Again? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those two in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. Stefan, moderate amounts of spam. What did I tell you? The music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Ugh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things will slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 terms are required. Dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would be the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your idea at once, Counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
Got it!
Got it! Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code composes of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't. At the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilda 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Alright, so, we need a Northman take because that hath been redeemed. We will come back to this in just a smidge. So, Northman take number next. Comes to us, one of the things I don't super love about the movie is that early on, there's a lot of wolf imagery in the movie, as you might expect, and this is explicitly framed as authentic. This is good. But the idea of there being a ship full of raiders who, the night before a battle, would have a religious ritual where they where they perform wolf-like behaviors while wearing wolf skins, and this drives them into some sort of frenzy that will then enable them to be better in battle due to heightened adrenaline, etc., etc., is an idea known as the Mainabund. It is something that seems to be attested quite regularly in Indo-European kind of religious studies. There's a decent amount of evidence for it among the Fianna, among Norse raiders, among several other groups. So it's something that's actually fairly plausible as Indo-European. That being said, it's just not something I think that, like, I don't think that's what the Berserker did. I don't think that's how they enacted their... I don't think that's really quite how they enacted their rage. It seems like it's a little bit more of the ritual is done up in the spur of the moment. So, while it's close, it's as close as I think a film can reasonably get, I don't super love it. And I wish they could have just kind of quietly abandoned the whole of Ulfjavnar, Berserkir thread, because I don't think the movie needs it. I don't really think it benefits it. Especially since it's not something that actually gets critiqued, because while that raid is violent and horrible, and it lingers in that horribleness, it doesn't necessarily doesn't linger in just how traumatizing this is for the people involved. Now back to the game. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Ryuno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though, maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. So, 2 months ago in that omnibus, Miss McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. Though actually, Flying Rick did appear in the movie, that'll be the next take. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. Now to take it to the deal with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in me for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If I can find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let's return to the witness testimony.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. He was there. Thought me thought I was up all over for nada after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Ash! Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Freemasonry. Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind about it, you know? You're less like Rand's in old China.
Excuse me.
So, Freemasonry is complicated, and in the 19th century was absolutely accused of all sorts of secret society shenanigans. Well, the extent to which was actually involved in secret society shenanigans is a very different question. Much less Templar inheritance, other stuff, etc., etc. National treasure, something or other, Nicolas Cage, we're going to steal the Declaration of Independence. And because in practice, right, what it is it's a professional society, right? It's an exclusive society, but it is a professional society. That's main job was to help members of the society get established in other cities and help support them as they moved around. So I actually have like great-grandparents that were Freemasons. And actually, one of my neighbors used to be a Freemason. The society still exists. It still exists. There's plenty of them. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Ah! No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Well, ain't me. Oh good, they didn't do the Tobias Gregson is also Sulky Skulkin. It is a lodge, yes. Lodge is the correct word there. When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now as fancy whistling Fleet when Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? He was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. I was coming up with ideas, like what would never have gone through our heads. God blame me, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can you turn attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement contains vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Senor, or Skulkin's never Skulkin.
Hold it!
I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose, since we're here, we should ask them to elaborate, but on what? So, this business was just a bit of fun, you say? There was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. Not clever clogs like you. Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... I weren't that obvious at times for him. Yeah, he almost was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. You took the name Brayton then, see? That should always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not, this is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So, Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. Could have to be extremely important. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Winterbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus when Mr. McGill did. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. Thought there was a link between the two men somehow. And Viking Nerd 793. Appropriate name given my specialization? Welcome. And Darcy, it's me, with another follow. Wow, we're just going for all the follows right now. Hello. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. A spicy take. Give me a second to think here. I want to look at people. I don't want to look at... I want to look at the court record to look at people. People? No? No? I thought I had the ability to do that. To just check people whenever. In the meantime, let's talk about Ginny, because there was a comment earlier, or sorry, not Ginny, Iris. There was a comment earlier that Iris is super out of place in this, and you're right, she is. But she's super interesting in this context because where the rest of this is not, I wouldn't go so far as to say grounded, but on the outer edge of historically plausible, in terms of an intrigue plot, smuggling things out of the country, some such nonsense, etc., etc., etc. I actually don't hate it, because right, she'll get more relevance in the second game. But firstly, her outfit is adorable. She's just super cute, and we need someone who's just consistently super cute. But the thing I really don't hate about it, or about her character and her design, is that she is priming us to remain in the level of absurdity that we need for Ace Attorney to function. Because while it is incredibly sincere, it is also absurd, and you need someone to kind of keep us from getting mired down in the historicity, of which there is a lot, and they put a ridiculous amount of effort in. But we need a character who's consistently pulling us out, and Sherlock Sholmes, and to a much greater extent Iris Wilson, are the ones who do that, and so she fills that role magnificently. I think the game would be much weaker without her. The thing is, so we've already identified Milverton. Oh, yes, I know. I've got it. Mason Milverton. Very steampunk Lolita sort of style. Yeah, there's definitely Lolita vibes to it.
Objection.
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker? That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints are alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information, and selling it to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Spin! Look at all the spins! The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Agnes McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winterbanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Wait, never knew nothing about that! On the night that Mr. Winterbank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was the only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon? Do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Winterbank's pawnbroker. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Jones's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide. It's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. I'm time to go quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back-slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Winterbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets? Negotiating with Mr. McGilded? Dance! As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Is 10 guineas a lot? Yes. 10 guineas is a comical amount of money. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, that's what? A guinea is like 25 shillings? It's slightly more than a pound. So, right, it's like 10 or something in the vicinity of like, I would think 50. I need to look it up. Maybe it's just 21, right? Maybe it's just 1 shilling more than a pound. So, somewhere in the vicinity of like 10 pounds makes sense. But in Victorian London, that's a lot of, that's quite a bit of cash. I don't know what the exact purchasing power is, but yeah, 10 guineas is kind of absurd. 1 pound and 1 shilling. I figured it out in the end. So, yeah. 10 shillings, 10.5 pounds? Not that that's necessarily meaningful, but that still's a lot. When a shilling, right, there were definitely jobs in Victorian London where a shilling was 1 day's labor. But 10 guineas is a lot of cash. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We rule the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winterbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Winterbank that night is you.
Hold it!
Hold it! You little upstart! You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see? This makes me a key witness in this case. I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... What? Okay, thank you, Zoe, for doing the conversions. £10.50 in 1890 had the purchasing power of about £1,437.63 today. Order! Well, you see, we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. It is shown that your claim is false. You will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Luckily, this shouldn't be too hard to bust down. Alternatively, it's going to be unbelievably hard to bust down, and we guess Deus Ex Machina. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When the bank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door then. The accused, in a black coat, shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. It is time. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Look at that smug bastard. He claims that under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Well, it wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You said the blood spattered onto the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All of the black overcoat the pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? For Kashama be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work, his ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, this technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. This is true? If someone can find the date for this, because I know this is a real thing. I believe it's late 1890s, but someone can find the dates for this. We could make progress on what year is it. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Ryuno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh well, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. But we know that that's Mr. Mason or Mr. Milverton's blood. But that's not Mr. Winterbank's blood. That's things from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Has to be after 1901. Thank you. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Ormanzix, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find the blood on that overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord! Your cross-examination! Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial.
Hold it!
Mr. Winterbank emerged from the storeroom, I believe? Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just regular mal-mouthed burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed I could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bro, but the old geezer chucked me over the blaming counter. So I pulled my gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, although I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. In 1900, Karl Landsteiner discovered human blood groups, received the Nobel Prize for this work in 1930. Max Richter adapted the technique to type states. This is one of the first instances of performing validation experiments specifically to adapt a method for forensic science. Landsteiner's continued work on the detection of blood species of his type formed the basis of practically all subsequent work. So, basically, around between 1900 and 1902, that we could start seeing the news of that spread. So, putting us on the back end, more akin to the evidence from the Old Bailey itself and from Sosuke Natsume. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw I was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winterbank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. I pulled my gun on him and tried to shove me out of the way, and then he scampered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
So unfortunately, you have to just press everything and then get bonus things. You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about those people in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. In 1902, described method of using blood evidence gathered from the scene of a crime to aid in an investigation. Thank you! And Max Richter at the Vienna University Institute of Forensic Medicine in, unsurprisingly, Prague. No, Vienna. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through these people as well? No, likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winterbank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see that broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. Oh, apologies. And then, what did you see next?
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in hand, but that was Mr. Winterbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Oh, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Mr. Winterbank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective, but this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no, the gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. It was at that moment, the little gutter rat shot him in the back. It was chilling a minute, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, through the people I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilda stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use that as evidence to support our case. Oh, bother.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where, exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. And that finished finished hydrated. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the people onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon? Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So Big Issue Blood would not go over Gina as she shot the man from behind as he was running. Yeah, that's not how Splatter works. Splatter works how people want it to work in this game. Obviously, you can just say it splatters, and we're early enough that nobody actually has bothered to look at how it actually splatters on impact. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. We may have been messing around the counters and Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's a blooming mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Yeah. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you?
Excuse me!
Gentlemen! Something wrong, Sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of a new looking, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. With a blaze, he said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? And why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or the flaming people in the door. Oh, sorry about that. I'd be prone to lose my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector normally doesn't get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gracie at all. He's normally all sweetness of mind no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord! Respecting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results from the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood, and the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it appeared that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Winterbank's. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Mr. Winterbank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton, so the blood on the overcoat is the blood on the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Japanese friend? Alright, Blues. Have a good night. Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Well, we did have new evidence come to light. Smush! Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? If Nesterius's couldn't help you answer that palm pop out, it can't be done. But... we use Mr. Mr. Shoulders is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put the faith in chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I killed El Peroshki, the starving boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. Are you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid, and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord! Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
No, hold it. Hold it.
Guilty.
You can't actually do this. Because we are suspended, we did not stop the cross-examination. You must withhold the verdict. Not that this stops anyone, but... oh, the surgeon is still so great. Well, I believe that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Ah! I don't believe it, after I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing, to be held in such low esteem. Would you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. The scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Another voice. Am I going mad? Yeah! Mr. Sholmes! What? What is the meaning of this? Look at this man! Look at this man! Order! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well I would be, had I not been sent upon an errand. What errand? Helly! It's really you! You are awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I've been to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humour me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Having spent long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, Having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Ah! Very well then. Counsel, you have 5 minutes. Hello. He has made a costume change. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I have to judge for 5 minutes. But I feel that even that should prove too much to me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Haley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, might as well to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when they asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Miss Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? She's giving him the brain cell! What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Oh. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is this? I call it the cat flappinator. I call it the cat flapper-mat. I can make a cat flap for a fur little friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Was the people not there originally? The people was not there originally. The question is, can we prove it? Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, but I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Winterbanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flapper mat that night? But why? Yay! Time's up. Your 5 minutes is over. Yeah, what of time already? I'm grateful for you to afford that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in this leaning. Now my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Miss Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates they may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Flashback to 5 minutes ago. So nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination, Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Miss Naruto, it's high time I fell into dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Shams! Mr. Shams! I fucking love his fall down animation. His just yeah is perfect. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strong memories down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Shams down. Or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance to get him for good. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Right, well then. Under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
Objection!
That theme slaps, but we do need to hurry up to finish because there's a lot of cutscene at the end of this. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flapper map, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. Click through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah! But in the cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon. A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Miss Winterbank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Shams. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there's a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly state what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was Yes, it's created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene, was being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based on what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that people did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! Is there any credence in this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Well... Are you sure on that? We have photographic proof. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to distress me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is! You see how you easily expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I'd like to be very powerful, can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd, I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Cooey, time for dinner! Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat laps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey! I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Winterbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove it was. No? But it's easy. What? The cat flaps my flapper map creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Winterbanks are an exact match. Well, Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my learned student friends. I know it's my learned student friends' turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. But you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. Now the perpetrator has returned to her native land. She cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. What? Indeed that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel, don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Suzoto-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel of the defense will present evidence to support the claims made. Proof that the people in the door of Winterbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Would this work? What are you... a print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows the scene in the shop at moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. is completely devoid of a people of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalogue of lies. Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zeeks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but has no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. No. No, please. No! I don't believe this. They're right. As it stands now, not any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Reno? As Finley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about, namely... I mean, I would have said that he was shot, that it was the fact he was shot in the back. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrande's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her blood when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw it through the people and the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously How's the cat got your tongue, witness? The people in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Winterbanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Oh, well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawn articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I'll give the order to have our officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Well, I think any of the answers would have worked there. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact it exists forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. It's just I really ought to be getting back to the station now to play my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if all the same to you, permission denied. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon, you shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details to the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Ah! Me!
Objection!
You had better present some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we've only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. Well, the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication statement. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it is reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. A number of questions regarding the events that had transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid each eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? They can't let you forget it. There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. Yup, he did it in return for the other music disc. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps, in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
it's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's speciality. I don't do that! But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It's incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson did really strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing it could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Just tell us. I must press you for an answer now. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
Take that!
That'll work. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding order could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. Seems very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So, I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Hola! On the day of the incident, when I met you at Winterbanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is in McGildy's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. That's mine, that is. That's mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGildy has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGildy was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the Ministry and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. And that explains why when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew it contained highly confidential information. Well, I mean, not likely. I wasn't sure of that myself. There's a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music boxes, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness? To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it will mean the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then. You mean to say, Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They not only struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, Brixie hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order examination of personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to turn down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if he'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. A bit of a serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, your will be deemed unfit for court service, this trial will end, my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Reno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. Can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't quite feel right here. Very well, counsel, you know the implications. Let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do some good. Fair enough, I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff? Yeah, I didn't finish. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Look, lost that loud, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Rio's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well, Way down patriotism. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what now? Don't be hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. Finally shall I know who it is who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request the search now?
Take that!
Oh, my lord, Mr. Nash Skulker. Well, I know. Ah! Really? Me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Calling out, asked to object to this search.
Objection.
Absolutely the fuck not. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a minute, I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Go out! Ah, here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. Well, that is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus the Gilded. Is that not Inspector Gregson? Yeah. Ah! Hola, Mr. Skulker, what have you to say for yourself? Go on, just go on flaming Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about the disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal I was struck was between this witness and this detective. Now, without question, my lord. But for pity's sake, what on earth was this man in possession of the disc while the inspector traded for information? Inspector Grayson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point of this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbroker that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I mentioned nothing of the sort, blah blah blah. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Gulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. I was going for Minogan. I thought he was wanting me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I go all clear. He just leaned down and grabbed me a whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blaze didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. Yeah, right on me ear hole he did. But it's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Oh, bless my wick. He hid it? You. I'm afraid I failed to comprehend his motive. When the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. You could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Blah blah blah. On the QT. Directly hush hush. Blah blah. Hush hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. Seems like if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there was a chance he may be searched here in court, he took steps to hide the disc acquired from the witness. Oh, does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get it close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective, all of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... What? He just refuses to give up. Well, what about you then, Inspector Grayson? Do you mind making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gentlemen of the juries, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I'll declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as member of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it's time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm sure. Instead, this one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Great in his highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idols, stop. The detective feels very much trust in eyes. More than this I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors. They're going to believe Gregson? Then you declare the decision now. Is Junior going to be found guilty? If not manage to procure some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. If there's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Winterbank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Play it! Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions. Now, that is, once you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. There's no choice then, Rena. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Gregson's definitely weaker. Inspector Gregson, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge, we leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. Do I have the second disc? We'll just present that. We'll just present, when in doubt, present the music box. Is that Mr. McGilda's peculiar music box, counsel? Yes, with a disc already in place ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again? Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in its place as well. Goodness, this disc, counsel? No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with the case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code composes of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. You can't let the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that. It's treason. Then do you admit the charge? But in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let the secret information out into the public domain, you'll make an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness, that you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Vazeeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Yes, the boot! The boot! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Ugh. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. No! Very well. The defense is stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. I'm telling you, this time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. So, Stefan. Alright, I'll admit whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that blooming box up! Let me ask you again then, Inspector Grayson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? The Morse code is names. Correct. The Morse code is names. Should be 4 names? Well, I won't spoil them yet. Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. Couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. People in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that! Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Winderbank. Yeah, you... Traitor! Just fucking murder Tobias Gregson. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying, to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try and sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then, one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're the few with acquired talent, so you are. I'm ready to show you why if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with my little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I'd left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory. A thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him. Never corrupted him, like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me, actually. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two. We were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For I was on the omnibus 2 months ago. Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not himself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. The trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, when I walked into that hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so spared nothing in my arrangement 2 months ago, and knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself has shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favour in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. Matilda's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? Just sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus against Hornport. Asked if I could be present for it myself. So, the policeman who came to kill McGilda could examine the omnibus again? That's right, an imposter, hired by Mia. McGilda used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. He'll give the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilda inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account, indeed. See, y'all are saying Dickensian. I think he's more Sherlock Holmes. I think he's more Valley of Fear, Sign of Four. One of those stories where the criminal is still a criminal and still did horrible things, but is also, given their circumstances, completely justified. Valley of Fear is the one that stands out to me. I think that's the one that's like weird, like ridiculously anti-Mormon. Because, why not? So, yeah. There's that. Of loose ends? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilda. Yes. There is indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly, because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilda. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for your young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, there's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend to watch for it. Put a jewel in pawn for you. But you could tell 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? Most pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. It's just like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if I'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Winterbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrange written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went into Winterbanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the 1 disc that was in the pocket. The all-important music box with the 2nd disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellows' possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the 2nd disc were still there in the shop somewhere. So I knew it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. And with the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo was searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I fired back. When I already turned to flee, I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks on that wretched night. But the man still tried to commit murder, or still did commit murder, and high treason, and tried to get someone else put on the, hanged in his place. Earlier you called McGilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, or Mr. Ashley Grady. He's been restrained, my lord, as being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector. Regrettably, you'll have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah. It's time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Get the squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. Last push. The final call, the finishing whistle. The men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Alright, Whelan, now you can go back to blowing up Crystal Tower. I'm sure we'll be fine. That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Finally, Reno, you finally managed to do it! Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right, you're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. A few months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winterbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, just was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he's done, so... If I may say something on that point. It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder, that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madame? Oh, well, it's just I'm rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madame. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels. I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. A meaningless series of two different tones. 0 out of 10, terrible game, has typos. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again? Are you off or not? I have to tell you, those discs contain mysterious secrets, Sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGildy conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. It is, in fact, encrypted in Morse code. Mr. Strahd. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen here today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change... You gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the board again, Miss Lestrade, never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Woohoo! We're gonna burn the whole place to the ground. Let's go! No, really, Gina. No, was that strictly necessary? That is all. Court is adjourned. Oh, we've got the cloak back on, it seems. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. At the same time, you saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. Jungle MM, first time chat. Woo! Well deserved. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew, and try to understand. You mentioned something earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day, if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, Farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Of course we do! You don't think that we're going to make a main character horribly racist for no discernible reason. It's done. It's over at last. But where has Iris disappeared to? Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Miss Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as old as your name. What's sort of added? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever asked before, see? Kept a promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. That's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. Not again. Go away. Farewell. Goodbye. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know this, Gina. I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. If you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Aww. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, right. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only good as the faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruto. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sean? Aha! Yes, it was me all along! You see? Right, compliment. So, right, obviously the game is suddenly doing a whole lot of legwork real fast to set itself up for Great Ace Attorney Resolve. But it executes that well, right? On just the smallest level, it understands where its remaining plot holes were, and sets up, make sure everything gives you a little bit more information. Because there's a lot that's not been answered yet. And it's just good writing to make sure that, yeah, we acknowledge Van Zeeks is horribly racist. We promise there's a reason for that. We are explaining it in the next game. Just giving that promise is super important. And just really good writing to start Van Zeeks on, well, maybe a redemption arc is too strong a word, but on really deepening Van Zeek's character to make him more than just the extra vampire we know and love, but really something different. I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was turning to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man he happily issued me with a leave of absence. Oh, very above board. But now for my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I liked you in some way, Mr. Straught? While you've been having us snoozing your nights off bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true, so I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, I have a feel. Could you take your hands off of my neck, please, Mr. Jones? And, so I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. Also, I suppose to me, when so I find it. Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Jones, not alarming in the slightest. The Reaper, you mean? Because I was found not guilty of the trial I was working on was up dead anyway. Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of this to be gilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not, the way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like, God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some codes like that Doctor who are rotten to the core. And the other day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildas of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strahd. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are! Hurley, how long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Iris, my dear, I do apologize, but wait till I tell you what happened. These men made utter fools of themselves! What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room, dressed as a bailiff. Please don't notice my presence at all! They had no idea! Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Aww. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You are the judge's patter. I've got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All their offences. Once again, breaking and entering, taking the bulk drawer Star Wars and lug, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offence. But diving ain't an offence. It's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums, and that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Aww. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Otto? Yes? Hey! No! What was that for? I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Indeed. Perhaps the teacher calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Mr. Strahd. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Honestly, could you imagine a more sundry thing? Doesn't know how to say goodbye, so shoots me with a smoke grenade. Right, I see. Well... thanks, Otto. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. She's so cute. I can relate to Gina. I wish I had a smoke grenade launcher to avoid awkward situations. Same. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pickpurse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought the paper outside. The special edition of this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets is proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Yeah, not again. Well, what do you say, Reno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer the question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. There's a record level of rainfall apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We'll enjoy you back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we get to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Schultz? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. Apparently now we shall be there in time for dinner. I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked soleil. The great detective does it again! Indeed he does. I'm to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on them elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? The London Victoria! Let's go! That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie Bell must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? There you are! Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Wait! Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that things were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful, really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I'll say my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Johnson invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To a lot of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Rio's arm bag. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That man's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the calf flapper mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I randomly forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at the moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flapper mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's right-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. But naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus the Gilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbeck. And I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try and frame her for the crime? That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal wouldn't know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know. And at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed in a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If you'd done that, would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I lost a little of my faith in the law. Well, I mean, look at this legal system. It's fucking garbage. You're not wrong. Oh. I was worried that the right person would be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, it was the moment I lost the right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied on the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did, saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too, from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music boxes contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we are talking about secret government communications. I thought they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. S-O-G? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said A-S-O-G-I. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse codes, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whenever I tried, it just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? Or do you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might recommend, dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Hey. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is said in that long dash is supposedly meaningless dots and dashes has made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? What was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gureguson. Gregson? Ah, Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. What's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Mr. Susato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in a suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would have ever thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, that could be in Japan then. Where'd Susie and Rena come from? Oh, well... No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Winterbank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Sadly, KJ, while you are correct that there are almost certainly many John J. Wilsons in England at this time, this one is in fact referring to John H. Wilson specifically. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll send that steam ship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I'd hope to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. I ship it. Miss Naruto, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Yes, the Hand of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mrs. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the Suspiria. I was dragged out from the wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the scissors to take that. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. No, God, no. The problem is Susato and Kazuma are basically siblings. Don't make it weird, chat. Don't make it weird. They are right. It is a poly relationship, but Ryunosuke is in a relationship with both of them, and Susato and Kazuma are queer platonic. Yeah, the Makotaba family helped raise Kazuma after... spoilers. And my instincts were right. I really would believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. And cutscene time.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Okay.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Cat!
Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Hey, wait, no, that's a different game.
There will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
God, I am so excited to get into Great Ace Attorney Resolve with y'all very soon. Because you thought this game was crazy. Oh, do I have great news for you. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Jones? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over this special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we never would have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? Oh, what, if you don't mind? Why, certainly. Anyway, you're like, bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh, yes, I love Rio's words. I know just the one he'll use here. But I really must say...
Objection!
So, this was Great Ace Attorney Chronicles Adventures. Shitakumi, how dare you fridge Kazuma Asogi like that? I'm still mad about it. Sword boyfriend, we need him. We need him in our lives. But, y'all, this is not the end of Great Ace Attorney. Something was afoot. The repeat, I ordered them all myself, so I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Fucking all the music box. Just, we'll be back with the second half, where the stakes get way higher, and it's all a much more unified story. It's great. Oh, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. Oh no, this is a mood. Well, Cooks is no statement, some dry toast and a sip of coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Aww, they're all cute. Everyone in this game is cute. But seriously, let's sum up while it plays here, let's sum up the historical side of it. First and most importantly, what? First and most importantly, the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation is signed in 1894. The game is implied to take place shortly after that. It also must occur before the Russo-Japanese War. It must also occur sometime near the end of Sosuke Natsume's reign, or time in England, which is to say 1906. It also occurs while Queen Victoria is alive, therefore prior to 1900. The Hand of the Baskervilles has not been published yet, which suggests it is 1900 still. 1901 or 1902. But the design of the Old Bailey suggests it is in 1907. I think that covered the majority of it. Which is left to say, I have no bloody clue. Oh yeah, also they're using blood forensics, which says 1901 to 1902. So, right, basically if it weren't for the fact that Queen Victoria is alive and that is a plot-relevant detail, I would say post-1900, in practice, realistically all we need to say is that it is extremely late Victorian. And then that is all dressed up in this incredibly stylish steampunk guise with incredible costume design. But, interesting design discussion. I'd be curious what you guys think, whether it bleeds into the mechanics at all. Clearly the aesthetics are immaculately Victorian. And there's a ton of historical references in there. And the sound, like the music is brilliant, right? We are right in the heyday of late romantic orchestral music. Tchaikovsky, Stravinsky, Dvorak, etc., Mendelssohn, etc., etc., etc. They're all alive in this time, they're all composing at this time. Orchestral music is in its best moment. Arguably. Probably, kind of. Certainly a high watermark. And so orchestrating everything in full orchestra in Ace Attorney style, just mwah. But yeah. I am curious whether you think the historical references make it into the game's mechanics at all. Because I'm in kind of two minds about this. On the one hand, it is very clearly, right, this is Ace Attorney mechanics, Ace Attorney mechanics, Ace Attorney mechanics. The jury is an interesting addition, but doesn't necessarily do it. But, at the same time, right, they're communicating, well, quite a lot, I think, in the investigation sequences, around it being Sherlock Holmes, and the resulting, let's see, around it being Sherlock Holmes and the resulting point-and-click sections. Do two things that I love, right? Firstly, obviously there's the back and forth of, the actual corrections. That's great, brilliant, love it. Incredible. But the other thing that is great with the point-and-click kind of investigation sections is just how many, like, little cultural references they bring in, and so it brings what is a visual novel really into a much deeper historical understanding. Really a much deeper historical understanding that a steampunk game really typically has. And it's so cool. And I could not be happier with this as a historical game. Right? It is what I want out of a historical game, because it is goofy and sincere and interesting. It's just, and they put so much effort into it in ways that make it feel like a good Ace Attorney game and an interesting commentary on Victorian aesthetics and Victorian culture that is meaningfully commented on. Right, but there is meaningful commentary going on here by using Ace Attorney in this moment. that really gets to highlight a lot of cool stuff. It's great. It's great. So, I mean, Stefan, you're not leaving early. You're leaving at the end. Because we shall not sit through the credits. As much as I want to credit the people, we have been running for 4.5 hours. I really do need to get going. So, thank you to everyone who came to watch, whether you came for a few minutes. A special thanks to everyone who showed up and people who gifted subs, Wolfie and this dude. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to our patrons who make this possible. Their names are listed right here. If you want to help support the channel as well, do head over to patreon.com/LudoHistory and consider supporting it as well. We'll be taking a week off next week. We'll be taking Sunday off because my brother will be in town. So, hold up. Yeah, but we still have 2 streams this week. We have the End of Pyre, and we have more Elden Ring. Because of course we have more Elden Ring. We will have a cast on for Elden Ring, so that'll be exciting. We're going to be talking more Arthurian, more Welsh Arthurian at that, so I hope you are all excited, I hope you are all ready. But we'll see you Tuesday first. Until then, have a good night everyone, and this has been Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. You just want an anime of this game? Same. God, doing it as an anime would be so good. I want that in my life. Anyway, farewell.